the echoing, I think it was because his mic was on at the same time as Becky's.
Okay.
I think.
That's what I was thinking.
You wanna put him-
Because nothing else has changed. It was it, whose mic was it? Was it Ryan's?
No, right there.
Right over here?
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's two.
he wasn't really,
I think he left it on while
Yeah.
Becky was talking, and there was that horrible feedback because they were talking to them, and it was like,
yeah, if
in
that's
here.
the case, I can mute it from the back.
Okay, I'll let you know then this time.
Okay.
Instead of just,
Because everything else sounded fine, right?
yeah, everything was fine. It came from this table.
Okay.
Okay. All right, well, here we go. It's gonna be a good day.
Yes, it is.
Great day.
Jake and I were laughing about that.
Oh, man. good 6 p.m. cocktail. That's good. It's hard to get in the rhythm, but once you're in, it's. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, I will take it. Yep, it's for your safety. We all have higher level of don't have our internal. And you just have a practice meeting guy? The dog complicated process. That restricts. Very okay, the sheriff's office of public. Divvy up. Doesn't fall under the very operational. Yeah, and I was thinking like, if we do something. Yep. And see how we select the get the dog. Every time. Microphones on Dante. Oh, I did. That was position. Yeah, but that's fine. I think it worked last time. Well, that's why she, which was something else. Capital stuff. Yeah.
Pleaded is dialed. Please consult your directory and call again.
That's all we need to know. Okay, thanks.
Madam Chair, we're live.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Hoskins, and welcome everyone to the Napa County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, June 17th, 2025. May I have roll call, please?
Vice Chair Manfree,
Here.
Supervisor Ramos,
Here.
Supervisor Alessio,
Present.
Supervisor Gallagher,
Here.
Chair Cottrell.
Here. And I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, but before we do that, I want to ask that we observe a moment of silence for the two Minnesota lawmakers and their spouses who faced violence this weekend. Thank you.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At some point.
Thank you. And now we will move to Boba, our pet of the week, a Siberian female husky. And I think we have Luis bringing him out. Good morning, Luis. And what can you tell us this morning about Boba? She wants to go home with Barry.
So she did just give me a big scare in the hallway out there, because in the past we had a little incident. She went on the Napa Valley Trail for a walk with one of our volunteers, and they went a little too far for this dog, and she just basically laid out on the side. She was not wanting to get up. We're trying to like pull her. Come on, Boba, let's go. And it took basically two of us to pick her up, carry her, put her into the van, and then drive through the vine trail to get her back to the shelter. She just did that right now at the outside. She's like laying on her side. I was like, come on, Bo, we gotta go. They just called us up. And she's like, no. But this is Boba. Boba is some kind of husky mixed with a bear. She is a big boned girl. She's about 5 years old. The main thing that you'll see when she's kind of walking around is you'll see the size of her feet, the size of her body, even the size of her neck. Even her tail, you would think it's a lot of fluff, but it's not. She's a very, very thick girl. We're currently trying to get her on a weight loss plan, so we'll see if we can. She's there at the shelter long enough, we'll follow her plan. But she's a really good dog, very, very gentle, very loving, very caring. She does excellent with other dogs. Luckily, I think she's too slow to be reactive to other dogs. Even when they start to tease her, they like purposely kind of poke at her, and she's like half a second late where she'll like, But yeah, no, she's amazing. The only thing that I would warn people about is she, in the car, I had a terrible time driving here. It was really hard to basically keep her away from me. She wants to be right by you all the time, right by the window. Yes, I'm talking about you. But otherwise, she's a perfect dog. She's just a big boned girl. She's 5 years old.
She's 5 years old, and again, the adoption fees for Boba will be waived this week. So if you are interested, please stop by the shelter. Thank you so much, Luis, and please come meet Boba. I think she's ready to stay. Oh, Steve Latimer.
Steve.
Come on.
All right. Thank you, Luis, for bringing Boba by this morning. So now we will move to our consent calendar. Item number 4, we have items 4A through 4Q on the consent calendar. Do we have any board comments or items to pull from consent this morning? All right. Anyone in the room wishing to make public comment on any of these consent items? And we do not have our phone line working this morning. Okay. So if there's no public comment, I will bring it back to the board and ask for a motion and a second on items 4A through 4Q.
So moved approval of consent items A through Q.
I'll second.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Alessio, and with the motion, and Supervisor Manfree with the second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We will now move to item number 5, public comment. Anyone in the room who would like to speak on an item that is not on our agenda today? Good morning.
Morning.
If you can state your name, and we've got a 3-minute timer going.
I'll be quick. Good morning, Chair Cottrell and members of the board. My name is Kevin Godwin, proud county employee for 20 years, union chapter president and steward, an advocate for dignity and our public workforce here in Napa County. I want to speak plainly today about the recent revelation that Medi-Cal data information trusted to us for the sole purpose of healing and caring was transferred by the federal agencies to the Department of Homeland Security, not for billing, not for program integrity, but for immigration enforcement. Let me be clear, this is a betrayal not just of the immigrant families, but of the entire public trust. It turns our safety net into a surveillance tool. It risks making social workers, eligibility staff, and health professionals feel like unwilling agents of the federal policing. That's not wrong, it's dangerous. We don't sign up for this work to be the long arm of ICE. We sign up to help people get the support that they need to live, heal, and belong. And now we're watching decades of ethical boundaries get bulldozed. We urge you, as leaders in one of the only all-women boards in the state, to take a bold stance, pass a resolution, send a message up the chain to the governor, DHCS, and anyone else who needs to hear it, that Napa County won't stand by while DHS raids the data vault of our most vulnerable communities. The forefathers would be turning in their graves to see healthcare programs twisted into immigration dragnets. And frankly, the foremothers who built this system of care would be raising hell. Please stand with your workers, stand with the immigrant families who are part of this county, draw the line clearly and publicly. Be the strong leaders that we know you are and we need you to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godwin. Anyone else here for public comment this morning for items not on the agenda? Good morning, Mr. Coleman.
Good morning. I guess I want to introduce myself. Wendell Coleman. Good morning, ladies. I just want to, I'm coming here to reach out for help regarding some issues that I've suffered myself and others have been suffering regarding the performance of local law enforcement. And this is also dealing with a very sensitively targeted community, the Black community. And this is coming after the day of the celebration of Juneteenth. I'm just going to read directly from an email that I've been corresponding with Anna Barber, Chief Investigator of the Napa District Attorney's Office. Thank you for the kind words yesterday. My client is very pleased with the team that I have put together as he has allowed me to do a second chance program. I hired a drug addict who was on the street for 12 years and now has a place, a vehicle, and is 3 months sober. I also have put probationers to work, and we have a little feed share program that we have implemented for those who are hungry or thirsty. I am emailing you this morning because I find myself frustrated with law enforcement and the DA's office alike. My frustration is triggered by the fact that a great and lingering harm has been performed against me and several others, and this great irreparable harm continues to carry on to this day. I have furnished clear and convincing evidence of the fact that I have been stolen from, and the sheriff refuses to actually investigate. I am a victim of domestic violence and gaslighting. I have been dealing with a top-notch Amber Heard with vast resources who has manipulated your office into protecting her so that she could bend the law and sever my relationship with our child. I have served a 19-month jail sentence for a crime I did not commit, and I have served a prison sentence for crimes I did not commit. I have been telling the same story for 7 years, and every time any member of law enforcement has investigated any of my claims, they concluded that I am telling the truth. Every time I went to trial Oh, every time I went to a trial, a juror stood firm and recognized that I was treated unfairly. When is this going to stop? When am I going to get the basic service that anyone in the community is able to access? When is the discriminatory treatment going to end? Why am I suffering? The truth is in my works. I am an open book. I have nothing to hide, but everything to share. I am a victim of a very heinous crime, as is our child, Estelle. Person has made several false claims to law enforcement on the record proven by Deputy Malott. It is a fact that person has stolen my companion animal, proven by Deputy Malott, and now at her previous residence, my appliances sit in the kitchen, stolen, proven by affidavits and photo evidence. I am deeply offended by watching the lovely golden retriever get more time than myself from you. Investigator Liscombe and members of the Board of Supervisors, lies have been, that was the quickest 3 minutes ever. Anywho, I will send this email to you because I am reaching out for help. I do recognize that there is severe discriminatory activity taking place. I do always have absolute evidence to support all of my claims, and I'll be reaching out to you shortly. Thank you very much for the time this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Anyone else in the room to provide public comment? Okay, if not, we will move on to Board of Supervisors reports and announcements. And I will start this morning with Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. Before I read from my notes here, I did want to acknowledge, and I can't remember the gentleman's name from SEIU, should know it, Kevin, that I very much agree with his request. I think it would make sense for us to do a resolution supporting privacy laws. You know, we took a pretty good stand in December around supporting our immigrant communities, but maybe it's time to do something more. I did want to suggest that we take a look at what the Napa Valley Register editorial board urged in a recent editorial, that the board creates a resolution affirming our commitment to free speech and the importance of allowing journalists to do their work without being targeted. I endorse this suggestion and ask that we prepare such a resolution, and I'm not going to go into what I think it should include unless I am asked to. I think we're just kind of in a, I don't know, yes, should I say? No, I won't. So I just want to put that out there to the board, that I think that that's something we should pursue and we should work on with staff. And that's all I wanted to mention
Madam Chair,
today.
may I?
Yes, go ahead.
Supervisor Gallagher, you can certainly go into detail. I just wanted to confirm, is that are you making a referral
Yes,
to me
through the chair.
and our county council to bring an item back for your board's consideration? And the consensus on the board is supportive of that. Okay, we will do that.
Thank you. And I'm happy to help with any of that.
Thank you, Supervisor Gallagher. Supervisor Manfree.
Yeah, just very briefly, I was able to attend ride-alongs with Deputy Brad Chambers and Deputy Kevin Van Dyke in the past week, and that was a very good way to learn about the work that our officers do at the Sheriff's Office, and I really appreciated that, so I just wanted to say. And I also had the unique experience of approving funding for projects around the Bay through the San Francisco Bay Restoration Authority, which I had worked on mapping when they were in the vision stage about 6 or 7 years ago this past week, and that was really nice. And one of them is funding to improve the American Canyon Wetlands Edge Trail to make it more resilient to sea level rise. So that was a really nice experience.
Thank you for sharing that. Supervisor Alessio.
Good morning. Thank you. I want to first off and say thank Kevin Godwin of SEIU. Eloquent words. He really said it very, very well. And I support Supervisor Gallagher's referral. I think it's important that we do step up and we say, we push back on this and what's happening here. Also, on a lighter note, I want to thank the Napa Valley Vintners and the Baggetts who chaired the auction, Napa Valley auction, and raised $6.5 million for youth mental health. That was phenomenal. I wasn't sure they could do that much with everything happening, but that's fantastic. Our youth will definitely benefit from that. I want to congratulate Kate Miller, who's going to be retired here from the Napa Valley Transportation Authority, for receiving lifetime achievement through the Women's Transportation Association. It's a California-based association. And on a lighter note, I want to share that last Saturday, the community came together and filled 953 care packages to our deployed service members, those who are from this area and beyond. We had over 350 residents that came by that day. And again, just want to thank everybody for their support on the Operation with Love from Home care packages for the troops program. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. So I have just a couple of things. Last week, I was able to attend the Disabled Veterans of America barbecue that they put on for Yountville Vet Home residents, which is great. You know, COVID really impacted the activities that could happen at the Veterans Home, so it's wonderful to see things coming back there. And then I also wanted to read a statement this morning. I appreciate Mr. Godwin's coming to speak, and over the weekend, I spoke with Director Yasumoto a little bit more to understand some of the information that she's been sharing with us. So I'm going to go ahead and read this. I want to express deep concern and disappointment over the federal administration's tactics regarding immigration. We heard more details last Friday when Director Yasumoto alerted the board to reports that the federal government had shared Medicaid, and for us in California, that's Medi-Cal enrollee data with the Department of Homeland Security. This is a very disturbing update. Never have we seen such treatment of private and personal data by the federal government that creates fear and erodes trust in public programs. And again, I think Mr. Godwin said it well. As we know, programs like Medi-Cal help our residents, neighbors, friends, and our entire workforce stay healthy and thrive. And it helps us to create a diverse, vibrant, and inclusive Napa County that this board strongly supports. Again, these programs help our whole community, our children to our seniors. Last December 17th, which Supervisor Gallagher, I think you referenced this, is exactly 6 months ago today, our board issued a statement on valuing, supporting, and protecting historically marginalized communities. I want to stress to everyone that our statement continues to reflect our unwavering commitment to immigrants and all marginalized people. The federal administration's reported actions do not reflect our values or who we are. To the contrary, we will continue to find ways to meet this unprecedented period through enhanced efforts. Director Yasumoto has spoken with me and is already working with our ad hoc committee on inclusivity and with our community partners who are part of the Napa Valley Together initiative. I know my colleagues on the board are supportive of being proactive in meeting this moment. I want to acknowledge county staff and all the community groups for their work on this topic. We appreciate everyone for their steadfast commitment in helping Napa County to be a model for inclusion and equity, and for continuing to stand with the board and others as allies to our immigrant community. Thank you. So with that, we will move on to our administrative items. And at this point, we have item 8A, where we will receive a presentation on the status of Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, funded emergencies in Napa County, and we will approve the release of restricted fund balance and approve related budget amendments to return the released funds to the subdivisions that originally funded the disaster-related projects. Good morning, Ms. Schulze.
Good morning, Tracy Schulze, Auditor Controller, and with me this morning is Caitlin Ager, Grant Compliance Auditor, and we also have available Frank Lucido and Stephen Lederer in the audience in case there's questions about specific projects that we're talking about. But this presentation today is to provide you an overview of the county disasters that have occurred over the past 10 years, and more importantly, the funding that the county has received through cost recovery efforts. Our goal in this presentation is that you have a clear understanding of the FEMA funding process and the challenges that we face, which results in us restricting the funds received until they are clear of audit. We are also requesting several budgetary actions, as you mentioned, to be approved that will affect this current fiscal year, ultimately affecting the budget for the next fiscal year as well. So here's a general overview of what we'll be presenting. We'll first go through the funding process and then go through each individual disaster event. And we'll start with just a few definitions. We thought it'd be helpful because we will refer to FEMA and Cal OES quite often throughout this presentation, so wanted to let everybody know that that's our federal and state partners. And also, the last two terms are important because of the different rules that apply, depending if you are a direct recipient of the federal funds or if you are a subrecipient, meaning that it passes through the state first and then comes to us. Audit rules between FEMA and Cal OES differ, which make being a subrecipient even more complex and in some cases very contradictory. Now I'll turn it over to Ms. Ager to walk through the funding process.
The events listed here are all our disasters since 2014. Prior to 2014, Napa's next most recent federally declared disasters were the 2005-2006 floods, which have been completely closed out and have no remaining restricted cash. The county chose not to pursue FEMA funding for the COVID pandemic, which is why it isn't listed above. The 4-digit number next to each event title is the FEMA assigned identifying number. Sometimes we refer to these events by their 4-digit FEMA number because, for example, we had 3 2017 storm events and need to differentiate between them. So how does the county become eligible for FEMA public assistance? To receive FEMA funding, a disaster must rise to the level of a presidential major disaster declaration. First, the Board of Supervisors must establish that the emergency response exceeds the county's ability. The county then requests assistance from the state. If the response exceeds the state's ability to respond as well, the governor makes a request for federal help, at which point damage assessments are performed. Finally, the president will declare that the event is eligible for federal assistance. As mentioned by Tracy, our FEMA funding comes to us through the state, who is the direct recipient, and means that most of our interactions are with Cal OES, which makes us the subrecipient. Next, I'm going to walk you through the FEMA funding process, which can be very complex. After the presidential declaration, the work begins to establish eligibility for individual projects. The county works with FEMA to agree upon a scope and a cost estimate. Once this happens, the project gets obligated. Depending on the size of the project, when the disaster happened, and a variety of other factors, we have received funding in different ways. For example, sometimes they send us cash up front, sometimes they advance the administrative allowance, sometimes they make progress payments based on actual costs we submit with claims, or sometimes they only reimburse us in full after closeout. Final approved project funding isn't known until reconciliation at the conclusion of all projects within a disaster, and then funding remains subject to audit and clawback until Cal OES does their final reconciliation and issues an audit waiver letter. Since 2014, Napa County has kept FEMA and Cal OES disaster funding restricted until the closeout process is complete and risk of audit and clawback has passed. So as of today, the county has received about $20 million for disasters since 2014. We've released $7.2 million, leaving $13 million restricted. The estimated additional $5.3 million is our best calculation of funds FEMA and Cal OES still owe for closed projects. This is subject to change with closeout as Cal OES and FEMA make their final determinations, as well as the availability of the funds themselves. This flowchart shows what happens during the closeout process for each project within a disaster event. First, the county gathers costs and determines the total eligible costs to be claimed. Those amounts are entered on a form known as a P4 and submitted to Cal OES for their approval. The claim costs on the P4 represent the total cost, not the reimbursable amount. Administrative allowance and county share must also be considered and vary by individual project. Cal OES receives the P4 and they review our backup documentation and determine what final amount to recommend for approval to FEMA. They then submit a final inspection report to FEMA. The date of the submission is consequential for the county because of the Disaster Recovery Reform Act that was passed in 2018. This revised the Stafford Act to set a 3-year limit for when FEMA can claw back funds and made it on a project-by-project basis rather than having to wait for all projects within the disaster event to be complete. Prior to that, FEMA had no statutory time limit for when they could claw back funding. After Cal OES submits their final inspection report to FEMA, FEMA reviews and responds with their final approved amounts. Once all projects are complete and the disaster event as a whole is closed, the Cal OES Financial Processing Unit does a final reconciliation of all amounts owed and payments already made. It will then issue a final check and an audit waiver letter. Though there are only 5 steps, it often takes years between each one, which adds to the complexity of determining when to release restricted funds. We have 127 projects at various stages of this process.
We would now like to go through our actual disasters to provide both historical context and to bring the status of the funding, as well as our projected release of the reserves. Are there any questions on this complex process before we begin?
Questions? I'd love to go back to the slide that showed how much total cash received, total cash released. So total cash received means the amount that we have received from FEMA.
Correct.
And then the cash released is what is outside of that 3-year window now.
Correct.
Okay, and so what's remaining is what's restricted, and the estimated payments still expected is what we. How does that number relate to the numbers above?
We have claimed that cost,
Okay,
and we
so
haven't received
that
it
would
yet.
get added to the 20 million
Right.
total.
And
Okay.
you'll see that in our slides
Okay.
for each one.
Got it. Thank you. Supervisor Alessio.
Thank you. Going back to the list of the declared disasters, I don't see the 2025 storms that we declared an emergency. Is that because it's not far enough along in the process, or because we don't meet the requirements?
Yeah, as far as I know, we didn't apply to FEMA for those.
Oh, it won't be a FEMA.
storms.
It won't be a FEMA. Okay, think it'll be Cal OES then? No.
It's
Okay.
right. Even though we declared, we did not claim anything to Cal OES or FEMA.
Okay. I remember the declaration and
Yeah,
the
just,
significant financial cost.
yeah, Steve Letter, Public Works, yeah, we declared locally, but the state did not declare and the federal did not declare. So basically not part of that process. The
Okay.
2025 is all on us.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Get back here.
So as we go through each disaster, feel free to stop me if you have any questions. So the first up is the 2014 earthquake. The following slides follow the same structure with 2 exceptions for fully closed out disasters. So looking at this chart, the first column gives the current amount of cash restricted for this event. The next 4 columns give projected cash to be released in each fiscal year. The last column is an estimate of additional cash anticipated based on current information for each project. It could increase or decrease depending on final FEMA approval amounts. The second part of the chart shows where the released funds should be returned based on what subdivision originally funded the project. Historically, these disaster projects have been funded from many sources, including the General Reserve, the Measure T half-cent sales tax, the Roads Operations Fund, and the Accumulated Capital Outlay Fund. You'll also notice Cal OES and FEMA at the bottom of this chart because in some events they advanced funding on projects the county later withdrew and we need to return the funds. At the bottom of the slide, you can see a summary of all funding for this event. Total cash received to date of $4.6 million, $3.2 million previously released, and a remaining restriction of $1.4 million. But as you can tell from the chart above, we have scheduled releases beginning with this year. The amount in the no estimate column is for an overpayment on one of our large projects that will be reconciled at closeout and will reduce our final payment. This has already been adjusted for in the additional anticipated column. Next is the 2015 Valley Fire. In the 2015 Valley Fire, the county operated the evacuation center located at the Calistoga Fairgrounds. This event is closed and the audit waiver letter was received in fiscal year 2019-2020. We only had 2 projects and claimed a total of $565,000 and were reimbursed $274,000. Our full reimbursement was released in fiscal year 2022-2023. Now we'll move to the 2017 storm events. Storm 4301 is the first of the 3 2017 storms. Total cash received to date is $3.6 million, and we haven't released any. But as you can tell from the chart above, we have scheduled release of the full amount between this year and next year. Should any previously paid amounts need adjustment as a result of the final reconciliation, they can be taken from the large amount still owed. Storm 4305 is the second of the 3 2017 storms. Total cash received to date is $750,000, and we plan to release a majority of the funding in this year and next. However, in this instance, we aren't owed anything from the state or FEMA, so we'll continue to restrict 10% of the state share until an audit waiver letter is received. This is the amount you'll see in the no estimate column. Storm 4308 is the last of the 3 2017 storms. Total cash received to date is $2.3 million, and we haven't released any, but as you can see in the chart, we have scheduled release of the full amount between this year and next year. Next is the 2017 fire complex. The 2017 fire complex occurred in October 2017. This event is closed and the audit waiver letter was received. We claimed a total of $3.8 million and were reimbursed $3.76 million. Our full reimbursement was released this fiscal year. Next is the 2019 storm. Total cash received to date is $277,000, and we haven't released any. One project was withdrawn by the county, and because some funds were already advanced for this project, we'll need to return them this year. We have no planned release next fiscal year, but will release a small amount in fiscal year 26-27 for the one project that will have its 3-year audit clock expire in that year. The rest of advanced cash has no date for estimated release, primarily because projects are active and ongoing. Additionally, because of the ongoing nature of most projects, we are unable to project additional cash anticipated. Next is the 2020 LNU fire. Total cash received to date is almost $2.7 million, and we haven't released any previously. One project was withdrawn by the county, and we'll return those funds this year. Next year, we'll release the rest of the remaining restriction when the 3-year audit period expires for the rest of the projects. Next is the 2020 glass fire. Total cash received to date is $1.8 million. We haven't released any previously. The table shows planned release by fiscal year based on when the 3-year audit period is over. The $18,000 in the no estimate column is related to a project that is still with Cal OES pending final inspection report transmittal to FEMA. So the 3-year clock hasn't begun and we can't project the release date. Next is the 2023 storm. Total cash received to date is $161,000, and we haven't released any and have no estimate for future release. Most of the projects within this event are in appeal currently.
So here's a summary of where we are. Listed in the first column, as all the charts have been, the disaster is listed right there on the left, with the initial sources of funding to be reimbursed below. The second column shows the amount currently held in a restricted fund balance, the 313.1. The columns that follow present the proposed release of restriction schedule, which is mainly driven by the 3-year audit clock. This brings us back to the agenda item before you. We are requesting several actions, including the release of the restricted fund balance for this fiscal year in the amount of $4.3 million, increasing appropriations for transfers out to the disaster divisions with corresponding transfers into the general fund non-departmental subdivision, Measure T, roads operations, and the cumulative capital outlay in the amount shown above. And lastly, an increase in appropriations for repayment of the advances back to Cal OES in the amount of $71,971. And this concludes our presentation, but we are here to answer any questions.
Thank you both. Are there questions from my colleagues? Supervisor Alessio, did you have another question?
Not a question, more of a comment. Thank you for walking us through. As somebody who's new here and hasn't gone through the process, it was very helpful, even just breaking out the acronyms. I think this is very straightforward from what I can tell. It shows fiscal responsibility in terms of the policy of holding back. To make sure we're not surprised by the clawback that we're not anticipating. So I find it, find it very straightforward, and I'm happy to support a motion for this approval.
Thank you. I had one question. Again, I agree. This is really helpful to walk through these and understand where we are, and because these things happen over several years. My question is, do we see the action that's being proposed today reflected in the budget? So if we look at I'm looking at the non-departmental budget on page 74. Would we see those numbers reflected here?
Yes, if you recall, the presentation yesterday mentioned the declared disaster reserve from 13.1 to 8.8. That's the release of, I don't know if those numbers are exact, but that's the release. So for this year, the release of the restriction just to the non-departmental general fund has been proposed in the recommended budget for next year.
And so that is going from 13.1 to 8?
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right, thank you for that. Any other questions? I think Supervisor Alessio, do you want to make that motion?
Yes, I will like to move the approval of the recommended action by staff.
All right, motion by Supervisor Alessio. Is there a second?
Manfree, second.
Supervisor Manfree, second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you both. All right, so now we are on to our main event, the public hearing, which is a continuation of yesterday's public hearing, in which we are accepting testimony on the fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget, and we will continue the hearing for consideration to June 24th, 2025. Welcome back, Mr. Buzlich and Ms. Craig.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I was going to...
And Mr. Alsop, too.
Thank you. Yeah, don't forget about me. I'm over here. This is our second hearing as a courtesy to people that may be here for the first time or tuning in. We will provide a expedited staff presentation, more expedited than last night, if you don't mind. Good morning. We're conducting a second hearing this morning, as you know, on our 2025-26 recommended budget. We talked last night about the complexity and difficulty, hard work put into putting a budget of this size together. It's 650 pages, and there are a lot of people that are involved, and thank yous go out across the county to everybody. This budget's focused on building and sustaining a stable and resilient organization. It's informed by long-term planning by your board and an understanding of current economic conditions. We're building on the progress we've made over the past year. We have some considerable investments that your board has made in our workforce, in our public safety, in infrastructure, and in advancing key capital projects. And we're doing all of that while maintaining stable momentum, while thoughtfully navigating fiscal realities. Property tax revenues are steady. However, other revenue streams of the county are underperforming. Sales and TOT, also known as transit occupancy, tax revenue are not meeting expectations, and we project them to remain relatively flat. This is an important point because tax revenue is the majority contributor to the county's general fund. Softening consumer demand, coupled with the instability in global trade and export markets for our wine industry, remains a trend that could continue to impact the vitality of local business along with county revenues. That includes tax revenue. And the state of California, dealing with a $12 billion budget deficit for the upcoming fiscal year. We have a relationship with them. And there's also some significant unpredictability in intergovernmental support, particularly with the federal government. These conditions and challenges, with these conditions and challenges, your recommended budget before you at $967 million is balanced. It maintains a strong and best practice level of reserves for emergency use, in addition to a healthy fund balance for fiscal and operational uncertainty, close to $80 million in total in both restricted and unrestricted reserves. It sets aside significant investment for essential capital improvement and continues to support core services while also making strategic investments in long-term priorities. I walked through a list of some of those highlighted, and I won't today. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Bozulich and Ms. Craig, who will run through an expedited overview of their presentation from last evening, and they will provide some answers to some of the questions that your board raised last night, and we promised to get you answers. They will have those answers, so turn it over to them. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Cottrell and members of the Board of Supervisors. John Buzlovich with Kern County Executive Office with a repeat of last night, moving at an expedited pace. The first slide here is the life cycle of the budget, just to really focus on this one of that the budget is really a year-round process. We kick off in the fall with our overhead departments and administrative departments, and then kick off with the rest of our client-facing departments in January. Leads us through budget publication in May, and then the budget actual hearings, which here we are today in June. Leading then into the fall for the close of our fiscal year, where the final fund balance numbers will become known, and we can compare that against the recommended budget. Quick overview of the highlight, as our CEO, Mr. Alsop, had said, total budget excluding the special districts is $967 million. We'll be presenting the special districts separately this afternoon for individual consideration. And highlights for this slide are the general fund is where we have the maximum amount of discretion, $341 million proposed budget. And the operating special revenue funds, these are our county operating departments that are largely funded from external sources, but may have a significant general fund contribution, but the bulk of their funding is from the outside. General fund revenue sources, highlight for this one is the emphasis on taxes. This shows the 66% tax contribution to the general fund revenue. This is all tax types. So property taxes, the transient occupancy taxes, and sales taxes are all in there. And then we have declining percentages into license permits fees, intergovernmental revenue, and other sources. Quite a common question that comes up is our amount of federal revenues that are in the general fund, and it is a very small percentage, around $4.8 million total, or 1.6% of revenues specific to the general fund. Individual departments that are in the operating special revenue funds may have more significant percentages individually. General fund, the columns here, we see a period of consistent growth from fiscal year 2015-16 up through 21-22 with the rising columns there. But really the story here is that from fiscal year 21-22 through estimated 24-25 and then projections for 25-26, it's very generally flat. Property taxes have been on the rise slowly, but there is a lot of variation in sales tax and TOT taxes that offset some of those rises to property tax. So really, for the general fund specifically, revenues have been flat, costs continue to rise. This is a pie chart showing net county cost by function areas. We have updated information that we will share separately, presenting this same financial numbers, but as a percentage of the general fund expenditures in total. But really the key takeaway on this one is that public safety, if you look at all of our wedges combined there, it's about 50% of the general fund spending. And then we have significant contributions to Health and Human Services, Housing and Community Services, which are separate departments. But we also have contributions here for capital and Planning, Building, Environmental Services, and Groundwater Sustainability, which are also separate for accounting purposes, but are combined here for presentation. And we do have an update to this that we will share. Expenditures by type, specific to the general fund. So we have salaries and benefits of 52%, services and supplies 24%, and other financing uses 21%. And some of the key messaging here for the other finances uses, that $70 million is primarily transfers that are made from the general fund to other county departments and functions. Those departments receiving the general fund then in turn spend that money on salaries and benefits and services and supplies of their own. Pressures on the general fund. These are a mix of potentially one-time costs, and some of them are ongoing costs. We have the cost of living adjustment of around $4 million in the general fund. You'll see a similar theme in all departments of having the same increases to the cost of living adjustments. Replacement jail is around $3.7 million. There was a significant increase also in jail medical contracted expense, which is partially reflected in this one. Fire is an ongoing contribution for wildfire mitigation, not wildlife mitigation, $3.5 million. And then we've seen a consistent increase in general liability insurance expenses, $2.1 million reflected here, but that has been growing on average of about 20% per year if we look back 4 or 5 years. Continuing on, some of the larger transfers. Health and Human Services has $33 million in transfers. That's up from $28 million in the prior year contribution. Capital projects is $27 million in total spending and transfers. $15 million of that is new general fund money going into the capital fund. The capital fund then deploys $27 million into projects. Fire department has $9.5 million, and then road maintenance transfer continues with a slight increase. Housing and Community Services also with an increase, in total $81 million here. Reserves and designations, these are general pools of fund balance by different categories and flavors. So we've made an effort to increase the general reserves by a little over $2 million. So the new general reserve will be $66.8 million. That is money that can be accessed only through the process of declaring an emergency with the board. Fiscal uncertainty, we increased from 0 to 10 million in light of some of the instability that we're seeing. And then a number of other categories represented here on fund balance designations. And thank you to our Auditor Controller's Office who just did a presentation regarding the declared emergencies, which you can see here, the new balance. Operating special revenue funds, as we touched earlier, these are some of our larger departments where the majority of their funding comes from external sources, such as state and federal revenues. Health and Human Services is $190 million, and you can see descending there a number of our other departments for a total of $322 million. Skip that. Director Yasumoto did an excellent presentation last night highlighting some of the themes and challenges that are facing Health and Human Services agencies, so we thank her for that. This last slide, second to last slide, touches on fire. We have a highlight there of costs have increased, so there is continued use of fund balance there of just shy of $3 million, plus general fund of $9.5 million. That's how it's the same. So next step will be open to new questions, and we have a number of follow-ups from last night that we will be happy to respond to.
Thank you, Mr. Buzelich. I will now ask if there's any public comment in the room on this item. Again, the public hearing continues to be open. So anyone who is here this morning who wishes to make a comment on the budget is welcome to do so at this time. All right, we got all our comments last night. Then I will go ahead and bring it back to the board. And where we had traveled yesterday, we had made it through questions about many general fund topics. And my sense is that we continue moving forward, but I'm open to any specific items that people want to go back to. Supervisor Gallagher.
I thought it would be great to start with the updates and answers to the questions we had last night. Can we do that?
That is a great idea. So we'll hand it back to you to go through some of the responses you might have to questions that came up yesterday and take them in any order you would like.
Okay. Yeah, we do have an updated representation of the pie chart if we want to hand that out. So we'll hand that to the Madam Clerk for distribution. Some of the other questions that had come up were specific to, there was a question regarding the Sheriff's Department on salary and benefits, so just wanted to touch on a few of those highlights. The cost of living adjustment and step increases were contributed to about 1.2 million of the increase. Workers' comp was 300,000 of the increase. Retirement was 900,000 of the increase. And then other post-employment benefits was 117,000 of their increase.
And that was jumping ahead to the sheriff. So I think we're all just absorbing this chart right now. So if we can go back for a moment and remind the board and the audience what the question was.
The question was about the original presentation of the pie chart was framing general fund contribution to departments and divisions. The original presentation was as net county cost, which is external or exclusive of outside revenues or transfers that are coming in from other sources. The request and the question was to represent the same information, but as a percentage of the total general fund appropriations being requested. So dollar-wise, there's no changes on these presentation, but you will see that the percentages are different when expressed as a percentage of total appropriations. But the financial numbers are the same in the background.
Great, thank you for this. So just to restate that, the top pie chart is total appropriation, and this lower pie chart is the net county costs. So we can see the relative percentages there. So thank you, that's helpful. And then back to the information, Supervisor Ramos, I see you paging through. Do you want to track this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm trying to match this up with what the pie chart that it is further expressing. Is this from the presentation or is it from the budget book?
It is a presentation that we prepared today based on a request from supervisors. The net county cost is the schedules of the financial summary, and it's indicative of appropriations less charges for services, fines and forfeitures, anything that is dedicated to that department's operations specifically. Net county cost is reflecting how much those departments are using of discretionary revenue, which is taxes and carryover. The recommended appropriation chart is showing purely appropriations, not reflective of any revenues that department generates. And so they take up different parts, but they're telling two different stories.
Okay, thank you.
And they actually represent two different numbers as well.
Yes. Yeah, there's a lot of data behind these pie charts.
All right, so if we're good on that, I will I'm looking to my colleagues. We'll go ahead and Mr. Buzlich, you'd given us some information in response to questions about the items from the sheriff's budget. Again, Supervisor Ramos, I think those were questions that you had. So is that the information that you wanted? Do you want to follow up on anything there?
So I wanted to hear the percentage of, so you said 1.3% of the 7% increase is salary?
I didn't have the percentages. We reviewed overnight the contributing factors as dollars in terms of the change.
Okay, so of the $2.7 million variance, you said, can you repeat those numbers?
Cost of living adjustment and step increases were approximately 1.2 million. Workers' comp approximately 300,000. Retirement approximately 900,000. And OPEB, other post-employment benefits, approximately 117,000. So that is the 2.7 range increase.
Okay. And in terms of when we look at, obviously we haven't gotten to the bargaining table, we don't know where we're at, but are you confident we have enough in fiscal contingency to cover what we may need to cover in those negotiations?
Yes, this group is a smaller group in comparison, so it will likely be $1 million or less, and there's $10 million in available fund balance, and there's another $10 million in fiscal uncertainty.
And we're prepared for that come an October timeframe for negotiations?
Negotiations, I believe, are going to start in the next few weeks, and as that progresses, then we will be able to determine when any adjustments will need to be made, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I think we've done the pie chart, the sheriff.
The sheriff.
What else you've got for us?
There was a question regarding the sheriff's hiring incentives. So our HR team did some overnight research on that for 2025. Reminder on the incentives, I believe half is paid at the time of hiring the individual, and then the remainder is paid out over some duration of time as they stay with the county. 2025, the incentives paid so far have been about $67,000. 2024 was $37,000, and 2023 was $51,000.
Do you have further questions on that?
Not in terms of the budget. I would just say, when seeing the billboard signs of what other counties are offering on 680 and 80, because I get to drive those corridors very much to regional meetings, I think we need to make sure that that we really look at whether we are doing everything we can to ensure that we fill these vacancies, because truly an incentive dollar is a much cheaper one than an overtime dollar for us. Thank you.
Yeah, can I chime in?
Yeah, go ahead.
I have my light on, but everything's.
Oh, sorry.
I know you're trying to manage a lot. And I agree with Supervisor Ramos on this. We're not in October yet. I mean, we haven't, it'll be some time before we get to the bargaining table. That said, it does make sense that we're mindful of this, that we have that available as we go through the negotiations, and that we are offering an incentive that is competitive in the marketplace. So if I understand correctly, is it $25,000 is the incentive, but it's paid over time?
Yes, it is paid over time, and it varies depending on type of recruit. So whether it is a higher level officer or a lower level officer, and their distance and their term of service. So it has staggers, but yes, it goes up to, I believe, 30,000, but
depending on the rank. Yes. Hi, Christine. Thank you.
Good morning. Christine Briseno, Chief HR Officer. Our incentive was increased last year. We did do a study to ensure that we are competitive in the market, and this board did approve. For specific to our law enforcement officers, a staggered incentive, and so that we could try to get at lateral transfers into our county, because they're already trained and they plug and play. They get out of FTO a lot faster. So, but we do still have incentives for incoming trainees as well. So I'm excited to share that this last year we did have 7 that have come in and taken advantage of that incentive, including 3 that came in as trainees and the other 4 as lateral transfers. So they're coming in as the flow. And when I gave the AB 1127 report, we have a fantastic and very low for our competitive areas vacancy rate. We do have other struggles as far as ensuring that they're actually on the street and ready to go. But we are partnering with the Sheriff's Department in order to get at all of these efforts and try to get as many people on the street as possible.
Thank you. Do you recall the vacancy rate right now in the Sheriff's Department for sworn-in officers?
Sure. I can tell you as of March, because that was the number that I had in front of me when I gave that report, and we were just under 6% at vacancy.
Okay. And how many is that individually? Do you know?
Off the top of my head,
Okay.
I don't, but I can give that report.
Okay. Yeah, I know, public safety is one of our paramount responsibilities. And so, what we can do and how the budget can reflect that we have that available for our sheriff and for you to, seal the deal, if you will. I just want to make sure that's there too. So
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And I think I see our sheriff approaching as well. Thank you, Ms. Briseno. Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning. Just briefly, as of this morning, and it's going to change in about a week, but as of this morning, we have 11 vacancies.
Okay.
And as I shared with the board a few meetings ago, we kind of keep a ticker in the hiring lieutenant's office, and we have the number of vacancies, and then we have the wind chill because of either injuries or people in the academy, even though they fill a vacancy, they don't really for a year. Yesterday, I was in uniform because I attended a graduation for a young man from Up Valley that I hired. He started the academy in the beginning of December. He graduated yesterday.
Oh, congratulations.
And now he's going to train. So he will be able to fill a shift right before Thanksgiving. So
Okay.
it takes about a year. But we have, to answer your question, we're at 11 vacancies as of today for 115 positions. The wind chill, or what it feels like with everybody that's either in training, FTO, in the academy, or injured, is 27. So it feels like 27 vacancies, but it's actually only 11.
Well, I understand the feeling. If they're not there, they're not there. And how many retirements are we anticipating over the next year?
I think we're averaging about two retirements a year, between 2 and 4. Okay. I'll also share and thank Chief Briseno for her partnership and this board. Our hiring incentive was, regardless of experience, was $5,000 to join the Napa Sheriff's Office, $2,500 when you start, and $2,500 at the end of probation. And to Supervisor Ramos's point about the billboards, we didn't even advertise that because it was nowhere near in the market. It was more embarrassing than anything. Today, for a deputy or an officer with more than 10 years experience, it's 15 and 15 for a total of 30 when they get off probation. That's a lot more competitive and a lot more what the market is doing. So thank you to the board and thank you to Christine Briseno for helping us institute that program.
I believe the city of Napa is 25,000, if that's correct.
That sounds right.
So, yeah, I want to make sure that we've got what we need to be competitive to get the qualified officers here. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate the discussion. I think linking the incentive to overtime and looking at that relationship back and forth is important budgetarily too. So, all right, Mr. Buzelich, I will, unless no one's lighting up the lights, so I'm going to continue, and we will find out any other answers that Mr. Buzelich and Ms. Craig have at this point.
Yes, another question that was received was to better understand the increase in services and supplies in the general fund that was reflected at $15.8 million increasing, and that is made up of multiple parts. The largest piece is professional services are increasing by $7.2 million. However, a significant part of that part is $5.6 million for the new fire administration division, which was previously in a separate fund and is now coming over into the general fund. So while it was funded elsewhere before, which is largely reflected in the decrease in the transfers of the other financing uses, 1.3 million is also professional services for a one-time project that the probation department is receiving a PATH grant, which is to implement Medi-Cal in the juvenile justice facility. And so that is a program increase for professional services contract that is offset by a revenue source. Other increases, John mentioned a moment ago, medical services, those are increasing $1.6 million in the jail and the juvenile hall. General liability charges are increasing 2.1, again mentioned earlier. Property management charges to all of the departments for their internal services is going up $900,000, and the IT charges across all departments are going up about $750,000. So that's a little over 10 million of the $15 million, and then the rest of it is in various parts.
Could you give us a page reference too?
The 15.8 million that you were requesting was up in the CEO letter.
23.
Thank you. Close. It's in the expenditure chart. 28, page 28. Wanting to understand which we also had the request that next year we'll add percentage change in addition to dollar change. The other significant changes, salaries and benefits, which John explained as representative from the Sheriff's Department, are between COLA, merit increases, retirement, OPEB, workers' comp, healthcare. There's a plethora of that. The other financing uses, which again are transfers that are reflected going down by 5.4 million. That is primarily the fire administration no longer getting a transfer for coverage in the fire department fund, and is now reflected in the general fund in services and supplies and salaries and benefits. Other changes in transfers, John mentioned a moment ago, the increase for the transfer to HHSA fund is going from 28 million to 33 million. That's a $5 million increase. Capital contribution is decreasing from 18 million to 15 million. Fire overall is decreasing by 8.5 million. That's not only the administration, but that is funding that had been set aside for BRIC. And the increase to the housing program is going up from 3.9 million to 4.7 million, which is an $800,000 increase.
Thank you. I think that was my question relating to the 15.8 million. So is that something you could send out in a...
Yes, I will send you.
That's a lot of great information.
Will do.
Okay. Thank you. I don't see follow-up questions there, so I will ask if we could move on to the next item. Do you have other responses? Okay. Great.
Yeah, those were the questions that we had written down that we had time to get answers to. But if there's anything else that anyone else wants us to follow up on, we absolutely can do that.
Great. And then we can go ahead and keep moving through. Supervisor Ramos.
Yes, I had asked for the charts. It was, I think, slide 9 and 10, the pressures on the budget, the $13.3 million compilation of pressures to what that percentage of change is, because that's just the cost of those. That's just the cost of those items that were listed.
We will get that for you.
All right. So at this point, I'm going to take us back to the table of contents, and where we got to yesterday, we had gone through questions on the general fund, and we'd begun to look at questions on non-operating special revenue funds. So I'm open to entertain questions or comments from the board on anything there. I would also include capital projects at this point. Supervisor Alessio.
Just real quick, on the table of contents, page 5, as it breaks out the public ways and facilities, I've asked staff this prior, but I know it's not in here, and I just think it's important to make a note and for staff to respond regarding why Measure U is not noted here, which begins as July 1st of this year. So just, I don't know if staff wants to, if there's going to be planning to amend that, to add that, to put that in parentheses, because it just feels like it's missing.
Great question. Ms. Craig, or I don't know if we want to ask Mr. Lederer to speak to that.
Yeah, it's Measure T will become Measure U as of July 1st.
I'm not actually sure what the question is.
So Measure U is replacing Measure T as of
Correct.
July 1st of this year.
Yes.
It's not in the budget for this year and noted as that. So
Well-
that's my question, is why was there no reference of Measure U?
That may just be a language issue. I mean, has since Measure T came into existence, there's been a Measure T special revenue fund where the Measure T money goes into and is stored, if you will, until it moves to a specific project. So you are correct that starting July 1, that'll be Measure U money. So it actually, I don't know what the ACO intends, whether they intend to use the same special revenue fund or whether they'll create a new special revenue fund for Measure U, but the process will remain the same. Same fund?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
so it's just a language thing. The Measure T special revenue fund will become the Measure U special
can we
revenue
make a
fund.
note that this is going to occur and that Measure U is actually referenced in the table of contents?
Yes, we will make those revisions before we print the adopted budget.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. I had a question, and I see your light on too, Supervisor. We had talked, and in your presentation, and CEO Alsop, you mentioned this too, the change in this year's budget in response to the GFOA recommendation about the capital improvement plan. So if you could talk us through a little bit about how this section of the budget looks different this year than last year around that fund, that would be helpful for me.
So there's a mix of items on there. Under the GFOA best practices, it's recommended that all governmental organizations such as counties have a capital improvement plan. That was presented to your board this spring, I believe in about February. So that was one major step in being able to look at that comprehensively, all of the needs, and how the timing of that might proceed, what funding sources are available or not available, so that it can be discussed comprehensively. That capital improvement plan has now been added to the budget book as part of the supplemental materials. Beyond that, there's also a best practice about budgeting as much as possible at the time of the initial appropriation during the hearings, such as we're in now, rather than taking projects individually throughout the year. So in this case, we have a recommended deployment of monies from the Capital Improvement Fund. Those monies are going into specific projects and also being transferred into our roads and public works departments for the projects that are handled through their division. So the flow of money is visible now at the time of the budget hearing, rather than being in a situation where you might adopt a budget with a very small number, whatever, 3-4 million at the time of the adopted budget, but then the year end ends up being 20 million, 30 million, some huge number because you've added so much throughout the year, and now you need to describe a variance. In this case, we are essentially avoiding, minimizing the discussion on variances and having more of the discussion up front.
Got it. That's really helpful, and it makes sense that that's a recommendation. So in comparison to past years, then we should expect that we will be having less discussion about variances throughout the year and toward the end of the year.
Right. We will definitely anticipate fewer budget amendments because the budget's already appropriated. There would only be changes if necessary to a project if it was going to exceed, and we would recommend that it would exceed. Likely, we would recommend to reject or to rebid if it was not going to be within the project. But that will be a discussion with the Public Works Director and the CEO at that time. But we will still see projects come to you as contracts would need to be awarded, bids would need to be awarded, because that's still a function of the board. So contract activity will not change, but budget activity will definitely be taken care of today.
Right. And I just want to make the observation that not only does it sound like that's a budget best practice, but I think one of the things we heard from community groups yesterday was we want to understand when budget decisions are being made. And so this being able to set out a game plan helps the community understand where the dollars will be spent, as opposed to saying, oh, here they are in the middle of the year. Where has this money come from? So anyway, it's a twofer, I think. So thank you for that. Supervisor Ramos, and then Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you. Before I start, are we fair game to discuss anything in the non-operating special revenue funds? That's where you're at right now?
Yes.
Okay. My question, and I'll just give a heads up to Director Palmer, you might want to come up. So my question relates to the TOT that we receive, the 1% that appears on page 341 of the budget book. And there is a note here that says that on other financing uses, 75 results of a transfer to Fund 2080, which is our affordable housing fund. And it says that it's in regards to the proximity loan program, which we have, customarily, historically used the 1% to fund the workforce proximity program. Credit to former Supervisor Luce on that one. But it also says to include home-based child care incentives. And I would like to understand that.
Good morning, Director Palmer.
Good morning, Jennifer Palmer, Director of Housing and Community Services. So the funding, the $75,000, was set aside at the time of budget development as funding to consider, to sort of pursue the concept of marrying the proximity loan program with a potential childcare, home-based childcare incentive program, similar to what we did with the ARPA childcare funding and the proximity loan program. So basically just trying to see whether there was a way to further that the one successful loan that helped a low-income homeowner buy a home up in St. Helena that was a little bit bigger than what they would have qualified for, because they could pair the ARPA funding with the proximity loan program. So this isn't funding set aside to produce any loans. This is because anytime, like the ADU loan program, anytime we examine new ideas like this, there's a lot of consultants and a lot of legal opinions that need to go into whether or not we even can do that. And so this was to set aside $75,000 to just simply cover the potential for those sorts of consulting opinions, so that if there is a way to do it, we can bring it back to the board, knowing that there is a legal pathway to be able to do it. So that's all it is. It was just to set aside to explore the concept.
Okay, and so my question, I guess maybe this one's for council. That doesn't seem very clear as allowable uses of Measure I. So I'm just a little concerned if we're looking at the potential of whether something can be used for Measure I. It is a tax measure by the voters, so that seems pretty delineated for us. I definitely appreciate the creativity, but the exploration of consultants to see if we can be using that money, I'm a little nervous on that.
And through the chair, Cheryl Bratton, County Council, personally, I have not had the opportunity to review Measure I and proposed uses, so that's something we can take a look at before we bring back the final budget to the board on the 24th.
Thank you. I would appreciate that. I given the, when we look at tax revenue, it's very delineated for us. If in fact it comes back that that's an allowable use to marry the two, I'm absolutely all for it. But I want to be cautious of it if it needs to be, if that amount needs to come from somewhere else as opposed to the actual Measure I revenues that are very delineated for us. So thank you so much. Sure. And while I have you here, I am going to just ask a question for my colleagues. I'm on page 262. And so, 264 on the significant adjustments section. So one, there was a transfer of employees. And I think it would be helpful, y'all can, Rochambeau for who's going to take this one, but I think it would be helpful to kind of walk through it. It says that there's a special items expenses increased by 5.1, but in fact, that's just a transfer. And can you explain that? It's not like you're getting an extra $5 million.
Yes, I appreciate the question and very happy to explain. So historically, our department, our staff, and many of the shared expenses for the entire department were nested in the CEO's office in subdivision 10215. When the board moved our department to become its own department rather than a CEO division, we are established as of this fiscal year in Fund 203. And so expenses that were previously recognized in 10215 are simply now recognized in 203. And then there's a whole lot of money that moves through our department out to, because 203 is where now all of our employees and homeless programs exist. Affordable housing is its own fund, that's in 2080. And the Housing Authority is its own fund, that's in 5060. And money that comes into 203 then goes out to 2080 and to 5060, and sometimes funding from each of those comes back into 203. So where that used to be a little bit less kind of visible in the way that the structure, it now in 203, it's all that money is starting and ending in 203. So it looks like this huge new additional chain, and it's really just consolidating down into 203 because this is the first year we're a department.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. For our budget stuff on page 262, I think if it's 203 on the division detail, you have an extra 0 in a couple of spots. So if you could.
It's 2030. The funds are 4 digits. Yep.
Sorry. That's
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So
2030.
2030. Okay.
Yeah.
And so thank you for that. I do have a question on this intergovernmental, in the significant adjustments listed on page 264. The intergovernmental revenues increased by $900,000 from the previous agreement of the 10-215 that was in the CEO's office. What does that mean? I don't understand that. It's like the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th bullet point on page 264. Intergovernmental revenues increased.
So intergovernment, this is largely in the same category as what we were just talking about. It's because it was previously recognized in 10215 and it's now being recognized in 2030. 2030 was where homeless programs was already recognizing some intergovernmental revenues, but we've increased what used to be in 10215 is also now reflected additionally in 2030.
I am hopeful that it's clear as mud to me right now. I am hopeful that when we get through 1 year of this being its own department, that this will clean up. Is that a fair hope on my part?
Yeah, I think so. I want to thank Tracy for putting the jigsaw puzzle together through this exercise. But yeah, I mean, this is what's required this is all paperwork, sort of minutia in government land that we have to do. And yeah, I think this will, going forward, we won't need to.
Yeah, the year over year look back next year will be much cleaner, and this really has been a very concerted effort with the ACO, with the CEO's office, with our team to try and get it as efficiently represented here. But I will say, even in all the back and forth that John and I did in our teams, it was a very confusing exercise to try and pull all of this together and make sure that we had tied through where all of the funding goes and what was previously out of 10215 and now needs to be in 2030. So I agree with you. The clear as mud. It felt that way even for us, and we were tracking every dollar. But for sure, this gets very simple next year when it's looking at year over year. What is it all will be going into and out of 2030 from now on.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
I think that's a fair expectation that it'll be more clear in following year, that there'll be less variance. And we saw a similar change and discussed it already with the fire administration. Moving that for accounting purposes ends up looking like a significant variation. Yeah. In outlying years, it will be more consistent.
I just would hope that our narratives can be a little more consumable English. I speak pretty good government, and I didn't get it, so I would just hope that we could, if we have these, when there is a new department or division, that we explain, no net change of employees, and really just moving from one place to another. Neither of those have done that. The fire one, I could follow a little bit better. This one, I could not. So I would ask that before we come back for adopted final, we add something in there that can explain this better and that can explain why that percentage change, right? When you see 11,000 percentage change, those are the things that stand out. That's what makes me look a little further. Thank you.
We will do that.
So I'm going to ask Director Palmer to wait for a minute. Supervisor Gallagher and Supervisor Alessio, I know you both had comments. Were they for Director Palmer?
No.
Okay.
Mine was just that. Supervisor Ramos got there where I was going to go. This book is not just for us, it's for the public. And so therefore we want to make sure that there's a summary or an italic or something that explains this variance for this year, that and or a flow chart, because
I like flow chart.
I like flow charts too. Maybe the flow chart with a written summary, because this is also a historical document and one for us to reference in the public consumption. So I appreciate that, and thank you, Supervisor Ramos, for bringing that forward.
All right, thank you, Director Palmer. Supervisor Gallagher, you had a question.
Yeah, and I did want to echo this issue of seeing this word increase in many, many places in the narrative. I think there's what we need to explain to the public is that some of this narrative is the system is pushing it out, right? So it's like explaining a spreadsheet. But I think we need to do something additional that is true narrative, where the department head actually writes it or reviews it and makes recommendations or something like that, so that it makes sense to the public. and uses words that are understandable to the public. Anyone who sees the word increase thinks that's an increase. They're not thinking about shuffling. They're thinking about more money this year than last year. And so, I think the problem is that you're getting system language out of whatever the system that pushes out the budget, rather than actual narrative written by the people who know what's actually going on in the department. So we need to figure that out somehow, so that we're kind of looking at department heads like, oh, why did you write it this way? It's like, they didn't write it this way. This isn't what happened. This is the system itself pushing the narrative out to explain a spreadsheet, essentially. At least that's the way I understood it from Mr. Buzelich and Ms. Craig. I wanted to go back, and I'm sorry, this is regarding the change in the way that we're showing the CIP, and Ms. Palmer, not for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director
Thank you very much.
I want you to explain it, Ms. Palmer. And so, recognizing that that's a best practice and understanding that, I was curious how that then translates actually to the AOC, and how the AOC then handles that change. So maybe this is more of a question for Tracy.
Well, I think I'm going to start,
Okay.
if you will, and I think it's important to understand. So, as mentioned here, the budget is largely put together in like January, February, March. So as we're creating a list of projects, we're trying to do estimates on projects that may not happen for a year. So there is a list of projects that does have numbers attached to them, but those are very high-level engineering estimates. In many of those cases, we haven't even started design yet on those projects. So just to take a made-up example of, suppose in March of 2026, we intend to do a project to re-roof the sheriff's building. So we have a cost estimate for that, but we haven't opened the roof yet. We don't know how much rot is there. Maybe there's less work that needs to be done. So the number that's there is an engineering estimate. Let's just say the engineering estimate is $4 million. So there is a certain amount of conservatism that's built into that number to give us a little bit of flexibility. But ultimately, it may be 4.2, or it might be 3.7. And that information more clarity will develop as the design process happens. And really, you don't know what the cost is until you open bids. So those numbers are high-level estimates. Like I said, we build in a certain amount of conservatism so that we don't have to necessarily come back and say, hey, we said 4, but it's really 7. Although that can happen again, because you don't know what you don't know at that time. And we do try and put in conservative estimates, but we don't want to be overly conservative, because if we're overly conservative, we're tying up money. We're saying, if I say the cost of everything is $10 million, then I'm being told, oh, you can only do 2 projects, where in reality, maybe we can do 7. For instance, right now, I've budgeted for a cost match for a federal grant that we had expected to get in the coming year. Well, maybe we won't, because federal grants are evaporating. So we put that money away. At some point, we'll figure out, oh, we don't actually need that money, so we'll release that. So I guess my point is, though the numbers, there'll be a lot of coming and going on those numbers, some of which happens behind the scenes, just accounting. I don't think we need permission, for instance, to give money back. But you will see each and every project come forward to you to award a construction contract or award a design contract. And there may well, again, be changes. In fact, on almost every project, once we have a bid and we're coming to you, we'll be able to say, well, the number we put in the budget is $4 million, but we only need 3.2, so we're actually giving some back, or the alternative. So anyway, that's what I wanted to say. They're high-level engineering estimates, and the numbers will move around. Not to mention, there'll be new projects. because there were always, I would love it if there weren't, but there's always new projects. And then we'll have to decide either how to fund those, or if there's some project that is budgeted that we're not going to do. And then again, there'll be an action to say, okay, we're not going to do that project, let's take that money. The money then goes back into the capital fund and then goes to a project. It doesn't go project to project. Everything circles back through the main fund and then goes to the next project. So short answer is it's an evolving process. Same thing happens with roads and the special revenue funds with SB1 and Measure T, which we don't actually budget on July 1st because there's so much fluidity in the cost of the projects and the projects that we do. So it's, okay, I think I'm done.
Thank you. Did you want to also hear from the auditor controller on your question?
Not unless the auditor controller wants to comment.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Got it. All right, so I see a couple of lights here. Supervisor Alessio and then Supervisor Ramos.
Thank you. While we're on the subject of capital improvement projects, just because I'm new at this budget book, page 430 and 431, it lists out significant adjustments, and it says other financing uses increased by $12,405,000 and change due to an increase in the transfer out related to the recommended projects below, and it lists the projects. And then on the next page, it talks about project status, and it's basically the same list of projects. Can you tell me, like, what's the distinction? And are these projects included in its current budget? Or these projects are an addition that we need funding for outside of this budget?
I don't have those pages in front of me, so maybe Becky can help me.
Right. When you see numbers in parentheses, there's 5 digits. The first 2 digits are the year that project was established. So if you notice on page 431, all of those projects are 22, 23, 24, 25. Those are existing projects. And that was the funding that was already allocated to those those projects, appropriated to those projects, and is continuing to carry forward until those projects are completed. The projects on page 430 are either adding additional funds to those projects to continue those projects, or they are new projects. So if you see project 23045, it was a project established in 2020 fiscal year 2022-23, but we're adding $9 million more to that project, whereas a lot of the projects here also, the latter half of or some of them, start with a 26. Those are brand new projects that have not been established until today.
So I'm going to look at Patrick Road.
Yes.
That says 25015. That's been a long-standing project that's need to be resolved. We've talked about this before. It barely meets the pavement improvement score. It's so bad in certain sections of Patrick Road. But it says, what does that mean?
It's a project that was established this fiscal year, and $1 million was put in it, and now an additional $1 million is being added to it.
So does that mean that project will be done in this fiscal year?
Yes. Well,
because it's been told that for other fiscal years.
Yeah, construction years and fiscal years don't work because inevitably my construction is going on as the fiscal years turn, but it's scheduled for construction in summer of 26.
Okay, I just want to make note that they've been waiting for, this has been pushed, from what I understand, back sometime. So I just want to make sure there's heightened awareness around this project getting completed and not getting delayed. And then on the Solano Avenue, we discussed this. This was a strategy to work with the city and to allow for a new end to be completed to do that whole stretch. So that was a discussed and agreed, delay that one more year. But again, it says, so when it says 24033, that means that was a project of 2024, and then the 033 is the project number?
So just specifically on those two projects, the section of Patrick Road that you're talking about was scheduled for construction in 2025, but was delayed because of all the storm projects we had to take on, so that fell back a year. The Solano project was established in 2024 in order to start design. It was scheduled to construct again in 2025, but we did decide to delay it because of the hotel project, and it's now scheduled and budgeted for 26.
And we're working with the city to help that one section that is the cities too. I think we're going to be, or is that just kind of a hopeful plan to
I've
coordinate
talked-
with the city within the cities?
I've talked to Julie about it, and it's not currently in their plan, but they're looking at it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio, and thank you, Director Lederer. I don't think there are other questions for you at this point. So I wanted to make another comment when we were talking about housing and community services and creating the new plan and some feedback about having, I like this concept of some plain language walking through those things. I just wanted to say that I found the significant adjustment section really helpful. And that's often the way I'm reading the budget. I look at the numbers, and then when something jumps out at me, I turn to the significant adjustment section to see if there's an explanation there. So I think that's a helpful linkage. And to me, I've spent more time with that section than actually what the departments do, because that's a little more static. And so I do think it's worth spending some time making that, because it's really a helpful set of information. And I think I'm looking forward to using the way that we're doing the capital projects now. Having them sit in here means that this document becomes more useful to us throughout the year, because we can go back and, just to Supervisor Alessio's point, how are we tracking the projects that we have indicated? So thank you for that. Supervisor Ramos, did you have a follow-up here on this? Anything we're touching here? I saw your light on, so. Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, so we are kind of dancing around here in the table of contents. So I will look to my colleagues to find out if there's other questions moving forward. Let's move to internal service funds, unless people have other comments in the back. So that would put us into the 400s. I'll go ahead and, I'm not seeing lights go, so I'll ask if anyone has comments about enterprise funds. And the special district section we will get to at 2 p.m. today. So we are getting close. Supervisor Ramos.
Thank you. I'll just reiterate from last night my question regarding the Calistoga Fairgrounds and how we're accounting for that and what was included in the CEO letter. I think this is one of those areas where I agree the significant adjustments section is very helpful. And when we are creating or closing specific funds, that's when it gets murky. And this is one of those. I get it. It's not ours anymore. We're closing it. It's got to stay on the books till we move everything out. But that significant adjustment section needs to have some narrative that explains to us why this is happening the way it's happening. It takes 2-3 years to come off the books. That's fine, but it needs to have some sort of explanation, because if you just look at what is encompassed on in the enterprise funds in the CEO's letter and compare it to this, it doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ramos. So at this point, I'm going to ask for any kind of wrap-up comments that people might have about the budget. I had a couple things I wanted to just reflect on. I thought the discussion, again, starting out and spending some time with the CEO letter and the budget policy, I think helps us keep a high level. And I would share what I heard from the dais yesterday was Supervisor Ramos raised, the concern about just spending and the trend. Supervisor Manfrey, you noted that, we often look at things appear to be growing, but when you're adjusting for inflation, they're actually flat. And so you reminded us to not be overly optimistic. But you also pointed out that there's not a lot to trim in this budget, right? The things that are here are the things that the board has directed staff to work toward. And Supervisor Alessio, you pointed out that given that economic forecast used the terms uncomfortable and nervous, and also just generally very cautious. And then Supervisor Gallagher, your point about a priority to maintain and expand our safety net is, I think, a common theme throughout. And I wanted to share all of those because I think they can work together, but there's also tension there. Like if we want to be responsible and sustainable, how do we do that and make sure that our safety net is in place? So, important pieces to keep working on. And then Director Yasumoto's presentation was, I think, really helpful in underscoring the increasingly burdensome mandates we are facing. And that's a reminder to me that when we are planning our legislative advocacy, that should just be a priority that's front and center. And then finally, CEO Alsop, you made the point of how much work staff has done here and what a solid, strong document this is. So I just want to reiterate to staff who are here and people who are not here, thank you for all the work that's gone into this and for all the departments working together. I know so much happens in the months before this, so I'm grateful for those conversations too. So with that, I will look for any other comments or questions. Supervisor Ramos.
Thank you. I want to thank staff for the time that has been put into the preparation of this recommended budget. And thank you, Chair. I do think it bears repeating, and it's important when we look at what guides the financial decisions that we make and truly the actions that this board takes throughout the year. Everything starts at this book. And that's incredibly important. And, so there are a couple of things that I think we really need to make sure that that we recognize from our budget policies, and specifically that's budget policy 5, 6, and 8. 5 is that operating expenditures will not exceed operating revenues. In fact, we do for 2 years in a row. We have exceeded that. This year, our total funds expenditures has increased by $43.9 million over last year, with only an additional $15.2 million in revenue. So when you look at our, based upon budget policy 5, our deficit spending, that's $34.7 million. And yes, fund balance is there and fund balance is carried over, but just like our bank accounts, just because it's there doesn't mean we should spend it. And I just wanted to note, budget policy 6, it says in periods of fiscal distress, it's appropriate to temporarily use fund balance and or reserves to help balance the general fund budget. I think we need to really have an opportunity and commit to having a discussion of what we determine to be fiscal distress, because times are tough. Our revenues are stagnant, but I don't necessarily agree that this is what was intended by policy 6 as fiscal distress. When we look at our deficit spending from last year was $32.5 million. Now we're at $34.7 million. That $2.2 million increase in deficit spending is not consistent with budget policy 6, nor is it the trajectory that we should put ourselves on. Unlike the federal government, we do not have the ability to print money, and I think we need to continuously remind ourselves. And to that end, we are in a very difficult position when we look at what we do as a county, what we're constitutionally obligated to do. We are bound to take care of our most vulnerable populations, and that is without exception. And the Constitution tells us to do so. at the same time, we are continuously put in a position, whether it's from the state, especially through unfunded mandates. And so Budget Policy 8, which is our no backfill policy, is an incredibly important policy to help hold us to restricting those expenditures to what we are constitutionally obligated to do. To that end, what I would really like for us to do, and as a referral, there are is it SB 90 reimbursement funds that come through that we are able to apply for. And that's not mentioned here in this budget book. And I think to Director Yasumoto's point last night, we need to really start tracking what those expenses are that are imposed upon us, of which we're receiving insufficient revenue for. For example, in the shifts of realignment that happen, we're responsible for court security through the sheriff's office, and that comes at a county cost, a net county cost of $750,000. That's $750,000 we could be spending on something else. And so our budget book doesn't, I'm not saying we should throw daggers. I'm saying we should include facts about what the insufficiency of funding is. And those are things that can really help explain just how much this board is doing, just how much the county general fund is lifting that is imposed upon us by others. I am very cognizant of the good work that we do, and I find it hard in any one particular area to say this is the area that needs to be slimmed back. At the same time, I do think we really need to strive towards achieving compliance with Budget Rule 5 so that our annual expenditures match our annual operating revenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ramos. Supervisor Alessio, and then Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I want to thank staff. I want to thank our CEO, our CFO, and all staff leadership who worked hard to bring us this very big budget. This is the biggest budget I've ever looked at in my life, and you could tell a lot of work went into it. So thank you, everybody. Though, even though we had our questions, we might have picked it apart a little bit. It's just so we can have better understanding and we can explain it more to the public, and the public could have better understanding too. I see this budget as being a one that is showing self-control, on behalf, if you will, of the county. In these times, I do find it being a conservative budget, a balanced budget of the $967 million with a robust reserve, both restricted and unrestricted, which I think is important in these fiscal times, which there's a lot of uncertainty. I also, I appreciate CEO's opening comments this morning, reflecting on what we're seeing in terms of transient occupancy tax, sales tax, property taxes. I expressed yesterday based on the data that I found. And on that end, I do think that as much as we can, it's not in the budget, so this is just kind of my commentary, is as much as we can drive economic development and work with the wine industry and the tourism industry and the manufacturing industry, those areas that really produce the most. I think it's to everybody's benefit, because all those tax dollars do, along with the permit fees and everything else, it goes back into the public good. So working on that economic development portion, I know CEO has a lot of experience in that, and he's willing to take a leadership on that. I appreciate that. I think having economic updates is also very important. I see that when I was on Napa City Council, we received quarterly updates. Actually, they're receiving another one today from Dr. Eiler. The city has a economic dashboard, which actually benefits us. I don't know if we need to duplicate that. They often, on some of the data points, they do mention the county of Napa, where I received some of that information that I shared yesterday. But just being mindful of what's happening, because what some of our concerns haven't been realized yet, and hopefully won't be realized at all, but likely some of them will. And so having those economic updates, having an update on what's happening in our budget, or major impacts or adjustments that need to be understood, I'm sure you'll be coming back and share those with us. The other we didn't really talk about, but just to bring this out there, is the risk management portion. If we're able to increase our economic development and we're able to prevent lawsuits through risk management and how the staff manages that in itself will hopefully provide and generate a little bit more financial cushion for the county and for the public good. So just want to put that out there. I appreciate the exciting projects that we have ahead. Despite everything else that we do have a really strong budget. And, the Behavioral Health Center, the CIP projects that we have listed, that we're still moving forward as a county, as a healthy financial county, that takes fiscal responsibility very seriously. I agree that, we're responsible to take care of the most vulnerable in our community. That is one of our top priorities. My fear is that, or concern is that the reality is that the average median wage is $24 an hour for somebody who works in Napa County, while the median rent is $3,000, $2,998 specifically, but I'm going to round it up to $3,000. So the average person needs to make 2.5 times of what their wage is to be able to live in this county. That's outside of our control, but what that does for me, it gives a forecast that we're going to be taking care of more people, not less. So just being mindful of how important having that safety net and having our social services, being strong. So on that note, I just want to thank everybody again for their hard work, and look forward to this next fiscal year.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you. I wanted to piggyback on Supervisor Alessio, and she mentioned economic development and then later mentioned low wages. And just to make the point that creating more low-wage jobs is not what we need to do. We need to create other kinds of economic opportunity, because it's not really helping our community to continue to create low-wage jobs. And it is increasing our obligation in terms of the safety net. We know that caring for the community is going to get more and more difficult over the next few years. I think it's going to take a very creative and collaborative approach with community partners, because we'll have to be looking at how we leverage resources, both hard and in kind. And to that point, I wanted to mention a public comment that was brought up last night about working more collaboratively with the community around the budget, and the idea of the publicly accessible year-round budget calendar, an expanded budget timeline, town halls that are budget focused. I think that we need to have a discussion around how we can do that better. It isn't just a matter of making the public aware. It's a matter of working very strategically with our community partners to see how we can be leveraging them, because it's going to be taking all of us. This county can't do it all. We know that. We have lots of contracts with our partners, but we're going to have to go another step. We're going to have to get really, really creative about how we meet the needs of the community, because the feds aren't coming to save us, and because of that, the state's not going to be able to do it either. And there are going to be things we cannot lift. We are not, if people are losing Medi-Cal, the county is not going to be able to step in and make sure everybody has adequate health care and health insurance. So we are going to have to work with our community very, very closely. And I think that that's one of the main reasons why they have to be brought into this process early, and it has to be a collaborative process. That may be very, very different than the way government normally works or the way this county has worked in the past, but we are in very, very different times, and so we're going to have to respond differently and much more creatively. But with that, thank you so much to the staff for all the hard work and putting the budget together and all of the work that the department heads have done. And, you know, we know that this isn't a couple of weeks in the making, it's a year in the making. So thank you for your continued efforts.
Thank you, Supervisor Gallagher. Supervisor Manfree.
Thank you, Chair Cottrell. Yeah, just a couple of closing thoughts. That was exceptionally well said by Supervisor Gallagher. And I just want to recognize that as a community, we are we're working toward a lot of goals all at once, and I do think that's reflected here. We're working toward infrastructure goals, just basic services, things that are really essential to keeping the community running. We're also working toward a lot of aspirational goals in this community, and we're really fortunate to be able to do that. And I absolutely want to see us continue to strive toward that, because it's what really, you know, it's a glue for the community, and it really keeps us all engaged, and just, you know, knowing that we're involved in such a vibrant place is really rewarding. We have social goals, we have environmental goals, and we have a lot of community partners for all of these things, as Supervisor Gallagher expressed. And I just would second that, looking for public-private partnerships and looking for ways to continue to support each other through the difficult times we're likely to face over the next 2 to 3 years is going to be increasingly important. And again, thanks to staff for all the work on this. It's a huge lift, and yeah, and it's going to keep us moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Manfree. So with that, we are at the point where I will be asking for a motion to tentatively adopt this budget.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Alessio. Is there a second?
All right, I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Manfree. All those in favor? Aye. The tentative adoption of this year's budget has passed unanimously. We will continue this public hearing to June 24th, 2025 at 9 a.m. for final adoption. And at this point, we will go ahead and recess until 2 p.m. for our public hearing items, beginning with number 10A. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back to the June 17th, 2025 Board of Supervisors meeting. We are on agenda item 10A, which will be to conduct a public hearing for the County Service Area Number 4 to consider testimony on the fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget for a total appropriation of $708,441. Good afternoon, Ms. Elo and Mr. Buzelich.
Good afternoon, Chair Cottrell and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'll take this one. Thank you for handling the introduction for me there.
Perfect. I'm sorry to interrupt. I am going to go ahead and just open the public hearing at this point too. So thank you.
Excellent.
Go for it.
So as you kindly stated for us, this is to conduct a public hearing for County Service Area Number 4, the recommended budget for fiscal year 2025-26. Total appropriations $708,441. And the purpose of County Service Area Number 4 is the collection of taxes that are used for the benefit of the farm worker housing.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions about this item? No questions at this point? Okay, I will go ahead and ask if there's any public comment on this in the room. I understand our phones are not working again, so no public comment in the room. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for any discussion. Supervisor Ramos, and then Supervisor Gallagher.
Well, unless there was discussion. I'll let it go. I was ready to make a motion.
Okay, Supervisor Gallagher, go ahead.
I just wanted to make a comment that I had the pleasure of recently visiting all of the farm worker centers, and I hadn't done so in many years, and I'm just always so incredibly impressed at what is done with such a small amount of money. I mean, you know, they're beautiful. They have these gorgeous gardens. They're really, really lovely places to be. And there's so much hard work and creativity and collaboration that goes into it. I just want to thank our staff and all of the partners because they really are wonderful places. And I think we should be incredibly proud that we have CSA 4. We do something very, very unique. And it really is all done on a shoestring. And it's pretty amazing. So just wanted to say thank you for that.
Thank you, Supervisor Gallagher. I think I would love to just piggyback on that, which is it's also an example of a public-private partnership where we have, you know, residents who help raise funds to supplement all the work here. I would just say I've spoken to so many other rural county supervisors who say, wait, how do you do that? So I think it's a really interesting model to be able to share too. So with that, I appreciate the comments. I will go ahead and close the public hearing, and we will it says close the public hearing, but continue the public hearing to June 24th, 2025 consent calendar. So good afternoon, Ms. Bratton. You've got some advice for us.
Sure. So, Chair, you could either ask for a tentative motion to approve like we did this morning on the county budget. The main thing is we're closing the public hearing on these special district budgets, and they'll reappear for final approval on consent on June 24th. So you can either ask for a tentative motion or just indicate that they'll be on the consent.
Okay, I think I will go ahead and just do that to keep it clear that we will expect to see this on consent, but we are closing the public hearing. We're not continuing it at this point. So, okay, great. So we are done with item 10A, and I will go ahead and move us to item 10B, where we will conduct a public hearing and consider testimony for County Service Area Number 3. And I will hand it back to staff.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Cottrell and members of the board. Today's public hearing is to consider testimony on fiscal year 25-26 assessment of $147,166 and request to adopt a resolution authorizing and levying the assessment.
All right, thank you. I will go ahead and open the public hearing, and I will ask if there's any public comment on this item. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for any comment or discussion. None at this point. Okay, I will go ahead and close the public hearing, and I will ask for a motion to adopt the proposed resolution imposing the assessment for CSA number 3.
I'll make a motion of intent to adopt.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right, thank you. Motion by Supervisor Ramos, second by Supervisor Gallagher. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. That brings us to 10C, where I will go ahead and open the public hearing, which is to consider testimony on the fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget for a total appropriation of $336,150 for CSA number 3.
Thank you. Yes, this public hearing is to consider testimony on the proposed budget for County Service Area Number 3 for fiscal year 25-26. The recommended budget for CSA 3 can be found on page 507 of the budget book. CSA 3 is located within the Napa County Airport Industrial Area and provides median landscaping, street and highway lighting, and street sweeping services in that area. Staff is requesting tentative approval of fiscal year 25-26 budget of the total appropriation of $336,150 and to continue the public hearing to June 24th.
Thank you. I'll ask for any public comment on this item. Seeing none in the room, I will bring it back to the board for any questions, comments. If none, I'll Supervisor Alessio.
Just real quick, just for consistency and confirmation. So you're asking us to continue the public hearing to June 24th, which would be different than the others?
To continue it to June 24th on the consent calendar, to
On
clarify.
the consent calendar, but the public hearing portion would end today?
Correct.
Okay, I misunderstood. I did not hear that correctly then. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great, and I think there's a little confusion. So we're closing the public hearing, but the item will continue will show up on the June 24th calendar.
That's correct.
Okay, so we are done with the public hearing.
Yeah, so
after,
should the board have any changes to any of these proposed budgets, now's the time to indicate those changes before we close the public hearing. But assuming the board is okay with all of these, it helps the staff close the public hearing so we can just throw them on the consent calendar for June.
right, so the verbiage should be, I mean, we're getting a little technical here, but that what we want to do is just make it clear that this item will be placed on the consent calendar for June 24th.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
My comment was only that I thought the staff would recommended that we continue public hearing until the 24th, and it seemed inconsistent.
Yeah.
So that's why I was just trying to confirm. So I probably misunderstood. So on that, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, thank you for flagging that. So we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and then we will see this item again on the June 24th consent calendar. Item 10D, I will go ahead and open the public hearing, and I will ask staff to introduce the item.
Today's public hearing is to consider the proposed budget for Community Facilities District, MST, for fiscal year 25-26. The recommended budget for MST can be found on 518 of the budget book. Staff is requesting tentative approval for fiscal year 25-26 of the total appropriation of $989,976, and to have this item be on the consent calendar for June 24th.
Thank you. I will look for any public comment on this item. Seeing none in the room, I will bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion. Or actually, we don't have to have a motion.
Can I just jump in? I'm a little bit confused now too. So Ms. Elo, you said staff is recommending a tentative motion. So are you recommending a tentative motion, or are you recommending we just continue its place on the consent calendar?
It'll be the similar action that we took for the recommended budget this morning. So
okay, so we are taking a motion. You want us to
Yes.
to take a vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Chair Cottrell, so for consistency purposes, we should do it, all the same for the special districts.
Yeah.
So if you want to go back and take motions for tentative adoption, we can do that. So it's clear that the board is
Let me I'm going to take a 5-minute recess here because I've got my notes and some of them are, I want to just make sure we're consistent with the notes, and we've done a couple of different things. So let's take 5 minutes and come back on this. Okay, thanks. All right, we are back and we've got our systems in place. So we will pick up where we were on 10D. I will close the public hearing and we will see this item, the MST recommended budget appropriation on June 24th. Hi, Becky.
I'm for the next item.
Okay,
Sorry.
great. So now we will move to 10E, and I'll let you introduce that.
Thank you. Today we are to conduct a public hearing to consider testimony on fiscal year 2025-26 recommended budget for the Napa Valley Tourism Improvement District for a total appropriation of $8.5 million. As you recall earlier at the end of last year, at the end of 2024, we presented and the board approved the new management district plan for the NVTID, and it starts this month and will continue for the next 10 years. And this is the continuation of those funding and the relationship with the Napa Valley Tourism Corporation. And I believe the chair would like to give a few words about the relationship and what's been going on at the NVTC.
Sure, thank you. And we will have this item coming back to us not as the appropriation, but an update and the contract renewal. And just as Ms. Craig said, last year around, we as a board approved the management district plan renewal. And then subsequently, there are 2 contracts to be renewed. First one between the county and NVTC, and one between NVTC and VNV. So the NVTC VNV one has been negotiated and it's moving forward. That one has been approved. The county NVTC contract will be coming to this board either next week, if we can make it happen on the 24th, or later in July. And so we can spend more time going over what's in that contract at that point. But I did just want the board to know that those things are moving ahead. So any questions on that? Supervisor Alessio.
I just for audience, anybody who might be watching or watching this later on, you're talking about NVN being Visit Napa Valley, or VNV being Visit Napa Valley.
Thank you. Just went right into the acronyms.
Yeah.
VNV, Visit Napa Valley.
Okay,
and
perfect.
Napa Valley Tourism Corporation is what NVTC is.
Exactly. Okay, it's very confusing for most people, so just want to make sure we've got that clear. Thank you.
Great point. Any other questions on that one? Okay.
So if we could open the public hearing and take public comment?
Yes. So I'll go ahead and open the public hearing and ask if there's any public comment on this item. Seeing none in the room, I will bring it back to the board for any other discussion or questions. Seeing none, I will go ahead and close the public hearing, and we will see this item on the June 24th consent calendar. That moves us along to public hearings for special districts, item 11A. And I will open the public hearing and ask staff for a report.
Great, thank you. Today's public hearing is to consider the proposed budget for Napa County Groundwater Sustainability Agency for fiscal year 25-26. The recommended budget for NCGSA can be found on page 504 of the budget book, with a total appropriation request of $3,428,683. The NCGSA is charged with sustainable management of groundwater in the Napa Valley Subbasin by enhancing local management of groundwater resources through the development and implementation of a groundwater sustainability plan.
Thank you, Ms. Elo. Are there any public comments on this item? Good afternoon, Ms. Benvenuto.
Good afternoon. Don't get to say good afternoon much. I understand this hearing is focused on the budget, but I need to respond to a claim made last night and repeated often that agriculture is overpumping groundwater and driving Napa into a major deficit. While Napa County's 2024 groundwater report triggered an undesirable result, it's not because groundwater levels are dangerously low. Levels remain stable across the subbasin, and groundwater storage actually increased by nearly 2,400 acre-feet in 2024. That's not a system in crisis. The undesirable result was triggered because the model said we exceeded the sustainable yield. The sustainable yield that the county had reduced by 25% from 20,000 to 15,000 acre-feet recently. So the data shows more water is going into the system than coming out. That's a surplus, not a deficit. Even the county's executive summary stated the undesirable result is, quote, not a concern, a key phrase left out of the presentation to this board. The report does emphasize the importance of continued management, which we fully support. We agree with strong oversight, but when 2 wet years lead to clear recovery and we're still triggering undesirable results, it's time to evaluate the metrics. Sustainable yield should be recalculated annually based on actual recharge and storage trends. If storage is increasing and aquifer levels are stable, then the metric, not the groundwater use, is the problem. No one is saying to stop conserving, and the wine industry is continuously implementing sustainable practices, but excessive caution can be as damaging as inaction. Declaring an undesirable result during hydrologic recovery creates a false crisis and erodes public trust. As for the budget, Napa County has made significant investments in groundwater data, modeling, and planning. Those investments are working. Aquifer levels are steady, storage is rising, and the system is rebounding. Let's continue that progress and make sure our tools stay current with the conditions on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benvenuto. Is there any other public comment in the room? Then I will go ahead and bring it back to the board for comment, discussion. Other questions? Seeing none, I will go ahead and close the public hearing, and this item will return to us on the June 24th consent calendar. That brings us to 11B. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing and ask staff to present.
Back to me. Good afternoon again. This item is to conduct a public hearing regarding the Napa County Housing Authority, seeking recommended or appropriations for the recommended budget for fiscal year 25-26, totaling $2,634,112. And the Napa County Housing Authority owns and is tasked with the operation of overseeing the 3 farm worker centers.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? Are there any questions or comments that the board has? Okay, I will go ahead and close the public hearing, and we will see this item on our June 24th consent calendar. That brings us to item 11C. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing and ask for the staff report.
Thank you. This item is to conduct a public hearing on the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority of Napa County. The recommended budget for fiscal year 25-26 is $1,623,292. And the In-Home Support Services Public Authority is tasked with maintaining the registry of providers who can provide care within the in-home support services system.
Thank you, Mr. Bezlich. Is there any comment or question from the board? Then I will go ahead and close this public hearing, and we will see this item on the June 24th consent calendar. Item 11D. I'll open the public hearing and I'll ask for the staff presentation.
This public hearing is to consider testimony on the automatic annual 4% increase to the T1 special tax, and to consider the proposed budget for Lake Berryessa Resort Improvement District for fiscal year 25-26, and to also accept the engineer's report. The recommended budget for Elbrid can be found on page 528 of the budget book for a total appropriation of $1,622,079. Elbrid serves about 180 homes in the Berryessa Estates subdivision and provides water treatment and portable water distribution services, in addition to wastewater collection, treatment, and disposal services.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll ask if there's any question or comment from my colleagues. Seeing none, I will go ahead and close the public hearing, and we will see this item on our June 24th consent calendar. Item 11E. I'll open the public hearing and ask for the staff presentation.
This public hearing is to consider the proposed budget for Monticello Public Cemetery District for fiscal year 25-26. The recommended budget for Monticello Public Cemetery can be found on page 514 of the budget book. The district was established in 1956 to operate and maintain the Monticello Public Cemetery.
Thank you. Any comments in the room on this item? Any comments or questions from the board on this item? Seeing none, I will go ahead and close the public hearing, and we will see this item on the June 24th consent calendar. That brings us to item 11F. I'll open the public hearing and ask for staff.
This public hearing is to consider the proposed budget for Napa Berryessa Resort Improvement District for fiscal year 25-26. The recommended budget for Enbridge can be found on page 537 of the budget book, with a total appropriation amount of $3,074,081. Elbrid serves about 245 homes in the Berryessa Highlands and Oak Ridge Estates subdivisions. It provides water treatment and portable water distribution services, in addition to wastewater collection, treatment, and disposal services.
Any questions from my colleagues at this point? I'm going to go ahead and ask one question. Actually, first I'm going to ask for any public comment. Again, just looking at the use of fund balance, and this, Mr. Silke, has been an item that we've seen many times. I think I would like to just take this moment to get the recap on where we've been, where we are, and where we're headed.
Chris Silk, District Engineer for Napa Berryessa Resort Improvement District. I've come before the board several times to speak about, our annual deficits that have been faced with the utilities since the LNU fire in 2020. We were faced with deficits even before that period. So, but in terms of our expenditures exceeding revenue, until more homes are rebuilt or, until such time that we have a commercial resort that's active to bring in additional revenue, there are mounting deficits. Now, to offset that, I've spoken with our district council, and we will be bringing the special ballot for special election, rather. It's a ballot measure that seeks to adopt a special tax similar to LBRID. Okay, and that would supplement the user rate revenue and bring us to a point where we would have, in quick time, a balanced budget. So, and that's also critical for us to pursue state agency funding for the capital improvements that I've spoken about to the board. So, first things first, we do need to hold the special election, get a balanced budget, and then we can move it on to the next steps.
Great, thank you. And just to reflect back on what you're saying is it's not a question of going out for state support first. It's that we need to show that we've got a sustainable budget plan before we can even apply for those.
That's
grants.
correct, right. Before we can submit a financial package, our CAFR has to show a balanced budget, or else our application will be paused.
Yeah, and that's going to be a really important point of information for residents going forward. So thank you, I appreciate the time.
Sure.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, I will ask for any public comment, and we have none. So we'll go ahead and close this public hearing, and we will see this item on our June 24th consent calendar. And now we will move to item 11G, to conduct a public hearing to consider testimony for the Silverado Community Services District. I'll open the public hearing on that. Ask for staff presentation.
Thank you. This public hearing is to consider the proposed budget for Silverado Community Services District for fiscal year 25-26. The recommended budget for Silverado Community Services can be found on page 512 of the budget book, with a total appropriation of $231,530. The purpose of this district is to provide urban-type services to the subdivisions within the area, such as street lighting, street sweeping, landscape and sidewalk maintenance, and administrative services.
Thank you, Ms. Elo. Is there any public comment on this item? Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, then I will go ahead and close the public hearing on this item, and we will see this item on our June 24th consent calendar. And with that, we have finished our business for today. I will go ahead and adjourn this meeting to our next meeting on June 24th. Thanks, everyone.